Trustees to order. This time, I'll announce that the public notification for this meeting was duly made. According to the agenda at this time, I'd invite members of the audience that wish to rise and join the board for a moment of silence. Pledge of Allegiance tonight will be led by Board Member John Galloway. If you'd like to join us in a moment of silence. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, I'll note that we have one board member, E.J. McIver, is joining us virtually, so he is present tonight. Board member Townsend had a family medical emergency, could not be here tonight. Having called the meeting to order, I'll draw board members' attention to tonight's agenda. Ask for a motion of approval.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. This time, I will recognize Ms. Pam Little McDaniel for tonight's recognition.
Thank you, Chairman Stewart. We'd like to call Ms. Ashley Dawkins to the front, please. Would you please face the audience there? Center, please, Ladies and gentlemen, the Florence One Schools Teacher of the Year application process required each school Teacher of the Year to complete an application packet earlier this year. Teachers whose application packets received the highest rating became honor roll teachers or Teacher of the Year finalists. Ms. Dawkins, along with 3 other finalists, all went classroom personal interviews by an outside panel of 3 Teacher of the Year selection committee members. At the Florence One Schools Teacher of the Year event this past Tuesday, it was announced that Ms. Dawkins had been named the Florence One Schools Teacher of the Year. Ms. Dawkins received a Bachelor of Arts in English, a Master of Arts in Teaching, and a Master of Library and Information Science, all from the University of South Carolina. Ms. Dawkins has a total of 19 years of teaching experience. She started her career as an English language arts teacher at Richland School District 2 in Columbia, and she has served as an English language arts teacher in Monroe County, Georgia, and she has also served in Florence One Schools as an English language arts 6th grade teacher at Timrod Elementary and Moore Intermediate School. In addition, she has worked as literacy coach at Briggs Elementary. As the Florence One Schools Teacher of the Year, Ms. Dawkins is eligible to compete for the 2023 State Teacher of the Year by completing and submitting the state application. The submission window for the state application opens November 12th and closes on January 3rd. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm round of applause for our Florence One Schools Teacher of the Year, Ms. Ashley Dawkins. And ladies and gentlemen, supporting Ms. Dawkins here tonight is her husband, Preston. Stand, Mr. Dawkins. And her principal, Mr. Jeffrey Gaines, principal at Southside Middle. Let's give them all a round of applause. The next item under awards and recognition is the Golden K Kiwanis Club donation to elementary schools with Mr. Robbie Sisko.
Right here.
with me, please, gentlemen.
Mr. Robbie.
My name is Robbie Cisco. A personal note first, I'm a proud product of Florence School District 1 schools, elementary, junior high, and high school, and recently had the honor of participating with the McClinigan High School's rebirth, and I'd like to thank the board for their support in bringing that building back to be part of our community. As a proud Yellow Jacket, it's especially fun to go past that building and see that it's vibrant again. We're here tonight to celebrate the Golden K Kiwanis Club's long-term partnership with 7 local elementary schools, and I'm honored that a number of our principals for those schools are also here. The Golden K partner schools are Dewey Carter, Savannah Grove, Timrod, Wallace Gregg, Briggs, Delmay, and Greenwood. And our club, since 1988, has been working closely with our partner schools in 2 key programs. The Terrific Kids programs. Sometimes you may be driving down the road or stopped at a traffic signal and you see a bumper sticker that says, "I'm the proud parent of a terrific kid." Well, we're one of the Kiwanis clubs that sponsors that program. Not the only one, but the best one. Tonight, I actually have some sad news because our club has just recently voted to dissolve. So for us, this will be our last time to support our schools, and we decided that the best way to do that was to make one final donation to each of our 7 schools. Now, I was here last December and had the honor of presenting a check for $500 each to our 7 partner schools. This time, with our final award, we will be presenting a check of $1,800 to each of our partner schools. So if you do the math, that's $12,600 tonight, and if you add the December check, that's over $16,000 for our 7 partner schools collectively. And we're honored to be able to give back to our community in that way. We're so grateful tonight that Belle Ziegler, the executive director for the Eastern Carolina Community Foundation, is here with us. Our club has partnered closely with the foundation many, many years, and with their help, they've been able to administer the funds that we've been able to donate to be able to give back to the kids of our schools. We've faithfully served the kids of our schools since 1988, as I said. Think about 1988 to 2021, the thousands of children through these 7 schools that our club has been privileged to touch. So, first, I'd like to present the checks and get Belle's help to do that.
So we are going to present the first check to Dewey L. Carter. And next to Savannah Grove. Henry Timrod. You have I'm not sure, Rich will hand that to you. Y'all can trust him. Wallace Gregg. Don't worry. Briggs. Here you are. She's been close to me all night. Delmay Heights and Greenwood. Thank you very much. All right, we'll hand that.
So can we have a picture? And
Thanks.
Dr. O'Malley and Porter, could you join us for the picture, please?
I try to back up so we have a table so you give you a line.
Sir, thank you.
Then y'all can skip.
Put those checks back in your notes. Y'all better not.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. Looking at him. 1, 2, 3. Now looking at me.
Okay, smile, everybody. Okay, great. Thank you. Of course.
I have probably been working with this group for the longest period of time among my peers here, because I've been around for the longest period of time. And so, on behalf of all of the schools that the Golden K Kiwanis has been so helpful to over all of the years, I wouldn't let this opportunity pass me without saying thank you so much. Our children will miss you all coming and reading with them and giving them books and the Terrific Kids program, but we really do appreciate all that you've done over the years. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ring this bell. One last time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate what y'all do.
Next on the agenda is Ms. Kim Pendleton. Please come forward. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much. At this time, we're going to have a presentation from the American Heart Association with Ms. Kim Pendleton.
Thank you so much. I know I'm not who y'all expected to see tonight. I'm sorry Jane Lott is not here, but she did want me to send her best to one of her favorite districts. I'm Kim, I work with Jane, and I work with North Carolina, South Carolina directors for the American Heart Association that work with your schools. So I want to recognize a couple of top schools here tonight that have just gone above and beyond. Our jobs dramatically changed almost 2 years ago, like most everyone's did. And because our work is done in the schools, we really relied on our volunteers. And there were some schools who hung in there with us, stepped up, and helped the American Heart Association as much as we tried to help them. So we want to really express our gratitude. The programs help your kids learn about heart health, but also giving back to others. And so this is a very special district to us. It's one that Jane is very sad not to be here today, and I'll have to get some pictures for her, but these are very, very important schools, and I see some volunteers I've not been able to meet yet, but I know she would give you her heartfelt gratitude for working with her again last year and all the years you have. So I'd like to recognize the top 3 schools for last year. The volunteer coordinator and the principal, and then a special award for the whole district. And if you would come up and accept your award, and if you don't mind, stay up here so I can get a picture for Jane. She would absolutely strangle me if I come home without a picture. So we'll take a quick photo. So first, whoops. I'm just afraid I'm going to drop those. Thank you. Our top 3 schools. So first we want to say thank you to all of these schools. Number 3 would be Lucy T. Davis, Principal Sonia Graves, Coordinator Tiara Leggett. Number 2 is Royal Elementary, with Principal Julie Smith and Volunteer Coordinator Aaron Poston. So the number 1 school in helping us get kids to participate and in fundraising for the mission of the Heart Association last year was Greenwood Elementary, Principal Dr. Susan Collins and Volunteer John Delfs. one last award, and I want to say thank you again to all of you all for helping us to help you bring more information to the kids, more tools to have a healthier life and to prevent heart attack and stroke. And the new year has even more tools to involve the families in recognizing stroke. Hands-only CPR for elementary school age kids. So we're excited about what we hope we can bring to you this year. This is our, in participation per school, this is our #1 district in the entire state of South Carolina. That's a very big deal. So we want to say thank you to the big schools that pulled it out and really helped us this year, but to all the schools in the entire district that participated. So thank you very much.
It's great. Make sure you smile.
Just trying to sit it on there. I got 3 of that. 1, 2, 3. All right, right here.
Thank you. Let's give another round of applause to the schools and the American Heart Association. Thank you, Ms. Henderson. Give our best to Ms. Thank you. Thank you so much. And finally, we want to recognize students in our Bloomberg classes at each of our 3 high schools. Ladies and gentlemen of the Board of Trustees, at this time I would like to present Dr. Katrina Rouse, who is coordinator of K-12 Social Studies, and she will in turn make the presentations. Thank you.
Come bearing baggage. Yes. Good evening. Florence One Schools is so fortunate and so excited to be able to offer our students access to global markets and knowledge via the Bloomberg education program. All of our high schools offer an investment and stock market course and help and boast a state-of-the-art Bloomberg lab, complete with Bloomberg terminals and tickers. Through this course, students have the opportunity to earn a Bloomberg certification by completing learning modules that teach the basics of investing. There are a total of 8 modules, and once they complete the first 4, they get a Bloomberg certification for the Bloomberg market concepts. And we're here tonight to celebrate the achievements of these students who are the first to earn their Bloomberg market concept certification. In addition to honoring our students, we would also like to acknowledge their amazing teachers who are blazing the path as we grow our students' financial knowledge through Bloomberg education. As a token of appreciation for our teachers, Bloomberg Financial has sent each teacher a gift. As I call each school, I ask that the teacher come forward to present their student certificates. Some of our students could not make it tonight, they had other obligations, but we are still very proud of their accomplishments. We're going to start with South Florence High School, and their teacher is Mr. Aaron Stevens. And I'm getting these names real quick. For South Florence, we have Miss Jocelyn Pratt. Next, we have Lawson Hammond. Next, we have Miss Sarah Floyd. And some of our students who could not be here tonight, we have one more. Mr. Ben Port, Jemiah Bostick, and Miss Jacaria Brooks. We are proud of them. And for Mr. Stevens, you're here. Next, we have West Florence High School, and their teacher is Mr. Jeffrey Donor. We have Mr. Caesar Alanis Guzman. We have Mr. Logan Young. And students who could not make it tonight, we have Mr. Kyle Labo and Neil Patel. And from Mr. Doe. From Wilson High School, we have Miss Regina Dix Woolridge as our teacher. And the students from Wilson who have earned their certificate. Okay. All right. And we have Miss Mila Rahman. Students who could not make it tonight from Wilson include Kavari Evans, Shaheem Graham, Madeline Nelson, Jade Sinke, Anthony Roth, and Zion Brigman. And for Ms. Dix Woolridge from Bloomberg. Thank you. Thank you all.
Mr. Stewart, this ends our presentations this evening.
Okay, thank you so much. Very good job. Thank you. This time on the agenda, I'll move to public participation. I have several cards. When you're called on, you have up to 5 minutes to address the board as to an issue. We ask that you not engage in personal complaints against personnel of the district itself. I'll recognize first Ms. Gloria C.L. Jones.
I'm a parent of a child that attends Florence One schools. For years, I continue to address my concerns of how the special education department is handled. I'm assisting other parents with their concerns of how their children are being provided the appropriate accommodations and services their children need to receive a free and appropriate education. I would like to continue to share our concerns with the board and the community. Recently, we have been informed by teachers someone have been using their Florence School One email to send emails to parents. The emails were not sent by the teacher, but someone else. What is being done to identify this fraudulent activity through the email system? There was another incident where a child's IEP records had inaccurate information that alleged a conversation with a parent was held to amend an IEP. Later, this was stated to be an error. Are parents notified of someone has been going into their teacher's emails to falsify a child's educational records? There are many due process hearing complaints being filed due to violations against the special education department. Children are not receiving evaluations to determine if they meet the requirement for an IEP. IEP meetings are not being held as requested by parents to determine eligibility of ESY services. Children are not receiving services stated on their IEP. I stand before you as a parent advocate as well. I'm being retaliated against due to assisting parents with holding the administration accountable for their failure of providing our children a free and appropriate education. Parents are frustrated to see their children are failing and struggling in school. Requests are made for services and accommodations to assist in their children's learning disability and medical reasons that cause them to fall behind in their academics. This system has been failing African American children and low-income families in need of assistance. Where is the help for parents? Where is the training for parents? Where is the accountability for the failure of the special education department in now receiving numerous complaints and due process hearing filed for children not receiving the services needed to assist with the children's learning disability? I have requested meetings with the superintendent and still one have not been scheduled to meet with me. My son has been denied services he needed, and yet I still request to meet with the administration to address the facts, data, and documentation. As a parent, I have been told my son's educational records may have been deleted, and my son's records may not even exist. I request documentation, and yet I am denied records due to being told they do not exist. As a parent, I should be allowed the right to see printed tests. As a parent, I should not have to fight receiving the documents that reported data on an IEP or a report card. As a parent, I should be given my son's educational records upon request. As a parent, I continue to see accountability for the failure of the special education department for not providing my child a free and appropriate education. Florence One School remodeled 2 new buildings. As a parent, are we not allowed to use these buildings for our due process hearing? If not, why not? I requested the buildings and was denied access to use them. When did Florence School District 1 change their name to Florence One Schools? Are the student records from Florence School District 1 still a part of Florence One School records? Does Florence School District 1 and Florence One School still operate under the same tax ID number, or was a new number generated due to the changing of the district's name? As a parent, I would like to know, when will Florence One School reimburse me for the money I paid an attorney to prove my son did not receive an appropriate education? Tonight, it was shown that funding is still being received to Florence One Schools for services. As a parent, I would like to see those funds being used to my son that is on an IEP. As he's being denied those services, I would like him to receive some of those federal funds to accommodate him. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would like to give you my information, so when I'm provided a letter in the mail, I would like answers to my questions, not a thank you for attending the meeting.
Thank you. Next, I'll recognize LaQuantia Goodman.
Good evening, everyone. My name is LaQuantia Goodman. I am a concerned parent and concerned citizen of the community. I know tonight the mask mandate is supposed to be reviewed since it was only for 60 days. And I have a blog post from a local teacher that I think hits a lot of points that have not been addressed or considered with the mask mandate. So I'm going to read that to you all and ask, or just leave you with just a couple questions to consider, so that when you are reviewing this mask mandate, you will hopefully consider not just the students, but the teachers and faculty and staff that are being affected as well. Heaven, but heaven could not wait for you. It's hard, I'm not gonna lie, and I've been spending most of my day in disbelief. Well, after I got the news, I went to sleep for a little over 4 hours, and then I woke up to it's not a dream, and then spent the rest of my day in disbelief. It seems we lose the game before we even play. It's been a gut punch, to put it mildly. To read about other teachers that have passed is one thing. You really feel for the family, staff, and coworkers, but for it to be at your doorstep, it's truly a different kind of pain. To say I'm sad is a complete understatement, because I'm also mad, and most importantly, angry. Angry because I believe that in my heart, this could and should have been avoided. How does an almost 29-year-old healthy young mother go from being completely well one week to fighting for her life the next week? I can tell you how. Lack of support, fear of parents, and simply not caring for the lives of the people that make a difference in this world by not mandating a mask rule in schools. And not just in schools, everywhere. Vaccinated or not, you can still get COVID. However, if there is a mask mandate in schools, the teacher has on a mask, students have on masks, there's double protection. Parents send their kids to school with stomach viruses, colds, the flu. So do you really think that they will care enough about the next person to not send their students to school with COVID? Let me tell you, they don't. They do not, and most of them do not care enough to want their own kids to wear a mask. So do you really think they care about the next person? Let me tell you again, they do not. Everyone has rights. Everyone wants to exercise their right, to complain and to be seen. But what about the right to live? What about the right for a mother to see her children grow up? People are selfish, and it makes me angry to know that something as simple as wearing a mask can be so easily protested. How? How is it that we can require students to wear IDs and in some places uniforms, but we can't require a mask in the middle of a pandemic that's killing people? How can we afford to want the best education for our children and yet fight against and not protect the very people providing the education to our children? How? Who's making these rules? Why can't someone say, wear a mask or stay home? I'll tell you why. The people on top that don't have to be around hundreds of students 5 days a week are making decisions, and they are showing us with every decision that money and funding is more important than life. They don't see that those kids go home to people that have been around people, that have been around people, and have been around people. We have governors out here saying that they will cut school funding if they mandate masks. How can schools survive without funding? It puts our school in a lose-lose situation, in which, in return, put the teachers in a life or death situation. And most can't afford to just say, I quit because my life is more important than this job. Even if the schools decided to mandate the mask anyway, here comes the group of parents, our kids' rights. And you won't be able to please everyone, and this thing is still very much in control. So everyone, everywhere, every place, especially schools, should still be requiring a mask mandate. Some things you can't just leave up to the people. I'm angry right now. You remember in Steel Magnolias when Shelby died and her mom said, I just want to hit someone? I just want to hit someone. I want to go back in time to when she was braiding my hair and helping me with my schoolwork and hear her say, read that question again. I want to see her post how proud she is of her daughter and make us laugh with videos of her 10-month-old son. We were not prepared to take this loss. It's hard. It's been a gut punch, to put it mildly, but heaven couldn't wait for you. So please, when you consider this mask mandate or implementing another mask mandate, please consider that there are people that are losing their lives because other people aren't considerate enough to know that the lives of everyone matters. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, recognize James W. Williams.
Good evening.
Good evening.
To God be the glory, and to God be the praise. I'm here tonight because of an issue that has arisen, that has come to our attention about the taxes that are being charged to residents and participants and families of our school district. I think back to the time when I believe much of this got started, when a couple of our board members voted to give administration the ability to pay bills out of the fund balance instead of following the budget. And then it goes on. We elect board members to represent us as family members and as taxpayers, and nobody is against paying taxes for things that are essential and that provide good opportunity for our children. But somehow this board has lost its way in terms of knowing that you're not elected to speak for the people. You are elected to be a spokesman of the people. And there have been a lot of things going on of late that has happened in our school system, and all we do is hear about it. Well, we didn't ask for, nor did we do we subscribe to having an administration that runs our school district. We elect the board for that, hopefully so that we can hold them accountable. But I have been here week after week seeing what goes on. So it's no news to me. I see you when you vote to give everything that is recommended without even considering the parents. The parents should have some say in how our school district is ran. We right now are in debt and we have schools that are older than should be in operation, without any talk about those. I'd like to commend the board and the administration for the schools that are being done, but I remember back when a board member brought to our attention the ability to build all of our schools. All it would have took is for the board to work collaboratively with the local delegation. But for some reason you chose not to do so. And now we're where we are. We're building one school at a time. And I believe that if it weren't for the COVID funds, we'd probably be about out of money now. But I just would like to ask the board to remember that you were elected by residents of this community, by citizens of this constabulary, to represent our concerns. Not to sit up here and make your own decisions or try to cajole other board members into following you. And I hope that we will, as a community, come together and demand that we have some say in where our community, and where our school is headed. Thank you.
Thank you. I next recognize Amber Fry.
All right, good evening.
Good evening.
Believe it or not, I'm not here to talk about masks, although I kind of wish I was. My best friend is a teacher. We were having a phone call the other night, and she was literally in tears over all the stress of the changes, the added workload, the back and forth from virtual to in school. But what's upset her the most is the lack of support from her administration. Our conversation got me thinking about, I believe it was it Reverend McIver who asked a couple times last meeting why we can't keep people, why we can't get an exit interview. Well, sir, we reached out to several teachers, staff, and volunteers, and we have a couple answers for you and a suggestion. From what I gather, in the third quarter, the teachers sent a survey attached to their email. It asked if they're coming back, retiring, moving, leaving. It also asked for input as to why. Almost all people have had a job that they can't bear to do anymore. I don't know of anyone who told their bosses what they thought of them prior to the 2 weeks' notice. Who wants to work in an environment where, for an entire quarter, where you're receiving backlash? If these teachers had an anonymous form of giving feedback, you might actually get some. That's my suggestion. Give them an outlet. I was even told about a teacher who came out of retirement last year, but then walked out because they couldn't take the chaos. A more concerning reason might have something to do with the fact that 19 out of 26 first graders in my daughter's class did not know their own last name at the beginning of this year. Most of them could not identify all 26 letters of the alphabet. So obviously they couldn't tell you the sounds of them either. These children have had no real school experience and pushed on through to the next grade. Then their next year's teachers are held accountable and expected to get these kids up to speed. They are teachers, they're not miracle workers. I'd really love to know how it is thought possible for one person to teach 26 children by themselves, with only 18 desks, by the way. Oh wait, they do have one teacher aide for 4 classes. Not to mention the fact that some of these kids have behavioral issues. You can imagine my surprise when my 7-year-old tells me about the little boy in her class who wiped his feces all over the wall, then peed on the floor, then came out and proceeded to lick the pee off of his shoes. So how can we expect teachers to teach if they are dealing with these kinds of issues by themselves and having to clean up most of this by themselves because apparently the janitorial staff is overworked? Why? The ELO is great. It seems like it's going to be a great program. But why are we worried about that instead of the mental health of our kids? Priorities? Then it seems instead of helping these teachers, someone decided necessary to have, I believe, 4 different people to audit them. I can't imagine how disheartening it has to be. I understand the need for auditing, but these teachers need more support, not more scrutiny. And as far as holding teachers accountable for getting these kids up to speed when some of them should never have left their previous grade is unrealistic and unobtainable. What kills me even more is to hear that teachers did try to hold back the children that needed to, but that would look bad. And how do you expect them to reach these unrealistic expectations if the kids are being quarantined left and right? I know I've heard my best friend use the phrase whole child theory. Is that not a thing here? It seems to me we need to focus on the actual progress of the children rather than pretty numbers. And I'm wondering where the support for that teacher is. All these teachers is. Is it on the new football fields?
Thank you. All right, I've got a final card here. I've got a name James, but not a last name. If you can just provide your name to us when you come up, please, sir. Okay. Thank you. That would conclude our public participation for tonight. Appreciate the input provided to us. This time I'll draw board members' attention then back to the agenda, and I'll call upon and recognize Dr. O'Malley for the superintendent report.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Under my superintendent's report, we'll have 2 presentations this evening. The first one will be by Assistant Superintendent Mr. Gregory Hall for secondary education. He's going to share with the board a new product that we are going to implement for our middle school programs. It's called Paper, but it's a tutorial option for our middle school. Mr. Hall, thank you for joining us this evening, and whenever you're ready to begin.
Thank you, and good evening. It is definitely an honor to be here in front of you as parents and community and board members to share the excitement to present another opportunity to keep students first in Florence 1 through a partnership with Paper. All students are not able to benefit and access a personal tutor, but every student could benefit from a private tutor through that personalized learning support. Students today are very different than students in the times when maybe you and I were in school. They engage differently, they learn differently, and many are up late working on homework at very different hours. Many won't ask questions in class because of fear of looking a certain way to ask teachers questions. Many aren't comfortable to sit face-to-face with teachers or with tutors in a traditional kind of setting. They do communicate through texts very often and very comfortably. They do seek instant gratification to degrees that we have never experienced before, but they look for that on demand. I need information, I need it now to satisfy what it is they're trying to accomplish. And all of this applies to school as well as their personal lives. Traditional tutoring is not accessible to all students for a lot of reasons. One of those reasons would be cost. It is not cost effective for all families. Some of the cost excludes many right off the bat from being able to afford and have tutors available for students. Another reason is convenience. In the traditional setting for tutors, many times it is inconvenient because you have to schedule, you have to be ahead of time, and you have to prepare your schedule and your student and coordinate that with another person with all the different things that are going on in the family's life. And another reason would be the choice. The choice of that student because of the embarrassment, to whether it's tutoring offered at school, having to stay late, go to a teacher's classroom. They're just sometimes very uncomfortable to sit with a person and have to receive that help under the umbrella of a traditional tutoring situation. With paper, we can offer one-to-one personalized tutoring 24/7 on demand, anywhere from any device, for every single middle school student in Florence One Schools. Whether they're in their car, home, library, grandmother's house, church, or in the classroom. Wherever and whenever they're working on schoolwork and need some support, with a click of a button, we can provide them a live, interactive tutor to help them. What's special about paper is their founder, their CEO, was a teacher. He understands. He understands students, he understands teaching, he understands what the challenges both students and teachers are facing today. One of the things that paper offers is the live help. And so I explained that live help is through a network of employees that are hired by paper, that at the click of a button, 24/7, in 4 languages, English, Spanish, French, and Mandarin, 4 languages, can provide tutoring support at the click of a button anytime. It is chat-based interaction. It's not video-based. It's chat-based, so text-based, chat-based interaction. So in the template that students are very comfortable with. Students can send text communication, files, or screenshots of their work or prompts. There are tech tools such as whiteboards to draw on, to graph, and to annotate so that the tutor can see what the student is doing and thinking in their processing. Safety is definitely an important part of this program, as all tutors are employees, not supplemental independent agents, but they are employees of the company that we're cooperating with, and they go through rigorous background checks. All tutoring interactions are recorded, and those recorded interactions are stored for review by teachers and school administrators and district administrators, so that we can use them for a lot of different reasons, but that's one of the safety features. Tutors are also trained in Safe Talk. And are trained to recognize concerning communications from the students, and they report those appropriately, especially if there's any engagement that suggests any type of self-harm. Part of their procedures would be an immediate contact to school contacts that are part of the communications, and be sure that we report those things immediately so that they can be addressed in the concerns of the safety of the child. Tutors also are able to flag conversations that are inappropriate, or if a student is really just wanting to get the answer and is really not cooperative in the coaching through the thinking process, or they're making inappropriate comments, those can be flagged for review by school staff. In addition to support for the core or for the main content areas, there's also a feature called essay review, and this is where students can submit any type of writing at any point of writing. So whether it's draft form, whether it's their completed draft before they're ready for submission, they can submit essays and get annotated notes back from a tutor. To make that even more helpful, if the student submits the teacher's prompt and or the grading rubric or the grading criteria, that tutor can then give feedback specific to what it is that the teacher's prompt or the writing prompt is asking for. So they can write these essays and get annotated feedback. The teacher can also see that annotated feedback so that they can support that same conversation back in the classroom so that they can add to and continue to develop the student's writing. All writing types are accepted, whether it's essays, personal narratives, creative writing, DBQs, TDAs, resumes, college applications. Regardless what it is, they can submit that writing for some feedback. They do not run official plagiarism background to check for plagiarism as we would in maybe some of our high school courses or definitely some of the college courses. But they do look for signs of plagiarism to give feedback before those students submit to be sure that proper citations are used and things like that, so that we're still looking for quality and effective writing. Here's a quick look, and it may not be as clear for everyone in the room, but the paper dashboard, when students are able to log into the program and log into the dashboard, they see essentially this as their launch page. And what they see in their launch page is basically a prompt where they can log in for help with any of their classroom or any of their classes they're already scheduled to. So it would reference Mr. Hall's seventh grade math class, or it would reference Dr. O'Malley's third period science class. So whatever the class is, it is already rostered that way, and so they can click that they need help with science. And then when they log in, they're going to be connected to a live tutor at that point for support in that subject. If that subject is not listed or they have a different topic, they have another field they can log into and get support for basically whatever they type in that they need that kind of support for. So this is the dashboard, and they can log in from any device. It doesn't have to be their Chromebook, but it is linked into their Chromebook through their through their dashboard in ClassLink. And in ClassLink, they'll see an icon. They log in with single sign-on. They don't have to remember another password. They log in just like they do any other of our educational apps. If they don't have their student device, we would prompt the students to log in through their ClassLink from any other device the way they can, and they have that information. They can go to their school website, log into ClassLink, and then they'll be able to access all the apps in their dashboard. So this is a little sample of what the text interaction would look like between students and the tutors. As soon as they connect, the tutor might interact and introduce themselves. Student will interact, and then they can prompt what their question might be, what they're struggling with. They can show the diagram. They can take a screenshot of the question or the prompt that they're struggling with. They can then interact, and the tutor support is using the Socratic method. They never give the students answers. They prompt the students through thinking and reflection and try to drive them towards information that can lead them to the answers without giving them the answers. The teachers have a dashboard as well, and so when the students have logged in and utilized paper and get some tutoring support, the teacher dashboard, they can log in and see the entire transcript of the text tutoring support live time as soon as it's completed. And so when the teacher comes in, that information is available to them. They can see that information, use that information to know that this student was struggling with this concept. These were the kinds of questions the student was asking, gives them information on their prior knowledge, how they're approaching learning, and how they can continue to support that learning in the classroom. This should help follow-up support in the classroom, and it definitely connects the tutor to the teacher with information about the student's needs and the growth. That is one thing that's absent from many live tutor situations, is that connection from the tutor to the classroom teacher to understand how they're both trying to support and what they identify in the strengths and needs of the student. The administrator dashboard is also available. So from the school level and from the district level, we can look at things like how many sessions are being logged in by content. We can look at what specific subjects. We can look at specific strands, maybe even teachers, to look to see usage, to look to see, if we're having huge spikes in support in math, or specific math concepts like reading, or ELA concepts like reading comprehension. That can inform us that we might need to take a look at how we're teaching, what we're teaching in the class, because if our students are needing a lot of extra support, that may inform us about some instructional decisions as well. So it's a very informative dashboard with all information available. So again, to kind of recap a lot of what this program is and is going to be available for our middle school students, paper is free and available for all 3,107 middle school students in Florence 1 schools. Live tutors, live human bodies, not a robot not a computer program, but a live tutor, is available 24/7, multiple languages in all content areas, no scheduling required. It's an easy single sign-on through their device or any other device by going through their ClassLink. Tutors are certified in their areas. They're certified educators in these areas. And it's no cost to students. This is paid for out of ESSER funds, specifically targeting learning loss. So we're using these federal dollars for recovery and attacking learning loss. And this is one of the available areas for us to support. The program offers scalability in the way that they have so many available tutors to support our students that they can make it available no matter the demand. If all 3,107 logged on, they have the capability to support all students that are logging on to need the support. Again, it is very safe and it's very secure. Chat-based interactions that are recorded and available and reviewable for all review, whether it's a safety or whether it's for instructional reasons. And the informative data dashboard and the school and district staff are able to review that to support the engagement. In part of this process, we're training our staff to be aware of what paper is and how to use it, how to engage in the dashboard, and how it can supplement their students. Not only could it be incorporated or used by students at home, but it can be incorporated into classroom rotation stations so that they can be given a prompt, use it even in the classroom. If a student's struggling with a question, do not want to ask the teacher because of whatever reasons, they can log on to paper and ask questions and get a little feedback there as well. This is going to be live for our students on Monday, October the 18th. And then we have set up that we'll have district and site check-in monthly with paper to review student and teacher feedback and engagement. So we're going to monitor this, get feedback from the teachers, from the students to see how this is going. We're going to look at our engagement dashboard. We're going to look at our subject dashboards. We're going to look at the quality and continue to look to see how this will continue to meet the needs of our students. And then there's always ongoing professional training available that's part of this partnership through asynchronous learning modules for our teachers called Paper Trail, which not only allows them to learn about paper and how to use it, but also it gives them renewal credits for their certificate renewal. And then there's Paper Pointers, which there are unlimited 30-minute sessions with their peers and experts to learn how to use this product. And so, again, I am excited to bring before you such a powerful and equitable personalized learning tool for every student in Florence 1's middle schools. I'll open it for any questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
What's his name, Mr. Moyd, who's making the presentation?
I'm Greg Hall, the Assistant Superintendent.
Mr. Greg Hall, Mr. Greg Hall. First of all, let me ask a question about this paper thing. Are you asking us to vote on this, or you've already done this already? Are you just asking to give us information? Have we voted on anything like this?
No, sir, there's no vote. This is for information to announce the partnership.
What I'm trying to ask, where's money coming? Where's money going to come from? You said ESSER funds?
Yes, sir. ESSER funds, specifically under the learning loss.
Oh, what I'm saying is, did we ever approve of it, or are you just telling us what you've already done? I just want to know so I can ask more questions. If it's already done, there's nothing we can do.
Yes, sir. It's already done.
I'm trying to ask a question. Did anybody vote on what you're doing, or it's already done? That's what I'm asking.
No, sir. This is already done. It was part of the what's approved under our ESSER plan for learning loss.
Wait a minute. Who approved that? Who approved that? You said it was approved under ESSER funds. What are you talking about? I'm trying to figure out exactly. I need to be quiet because evidently I'm in the wrong ballpark here. You bring us because it's already done. I don't remember voting on anything about paper. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, so I think he's already explained this is being presented in the superintendent's report as information. This is a component of the approved ESSER plan using the federal money. This is provided for information.
Okay, so, okay, all right. Well, there's nothing I don't have any questions then if that's the case. It's already done, it's done. I was just gonna ask some questions about it. First of all, have you seen any other districts, anywhere that's utilized the paper, program? Have you seen any data to show how it's done in that community and successfully been in that community? I just want to know, and how much money out of ESSER funds is this going to pay for?
So two questions that I believe you asked, the schools that are using as well as then how much. So the schools that are using...
Take the first one and answer the first one, and then I might have another question on the second one. If you answer the first one, it'll give me some move ahead on the next question I have.
Right. So, yes, we did look at other districts. I can't recall them all offhand, but all of the districts that are partners are available on the paper website, which is paper.co. But some of the notable districts, most recently, are Hillsborough County Schools out of Virginia. That is a school district of more than 100,000 students. Tampa, Florida, my mistake. Hillsborough out of Tampa, Florida, has over 100,000 students. They launched originally out of California with a number of districts in the state of California. And I believe this company has been in existence for a little over 7 years and spreading. And data pieces, I did not make that part of this presentation, but it's definitely something I could make accessible to you.
But I appreciate it if I could see that as well. Anyway, that's the only question I have. I don't need to be asking any more questions about that. It was already in session going on, and you could train the teachers. Thank you for bringing that forth, and the best of luck with it.
All right, thank you, sir. Yes, sir, board member. Yes, sir, board member Pipkins.
Oh. Okay, I have several questions. Do all students have Chromebooks?
Yes, we are a one-to-one district. All students have Chromebooks.
All students have Chromebooks. And how much will this cost?
So the program, I could actually pull the exact figure, but I believe it's a little over 120,000.
120,000.
But again, I can't recall the exact, but I can definitely pull the purchase.
Who's administrating this program?
That would fall under myself as the district.
And you don't know the cost?
Well, I do know the cost. I don't have the document in front of me.
All right, because you're presenting this to us, and the reason I asked that question, we have $8 million allocated for learning loss. Now, we have not seen the full ESSER spending plan. I asked for this last month, and I got the same thing that we got before, which was simply just the one pager. We need to see the full plan with this, because there are a lot of things that can be added in as it relates to learning loss. And my question is, we had a lot of conversation at the beginning of this fiscal year in terms of the learning loss and the lack of productivity from virtual. This is a virtual platform. So my question then becomes, are we replacing live tutors with only this platform for the learning loss, or what else are we doing for the learning loss?
So this is not replacing those that are already using tutors, the tutor programs we have in the schools operating. This is supplemental to that.
This is supplemental.
And I have the figure for you. The exact cost for 12 months is $163,785.60.
That's $163,000.
That's correct. $163,785.60 for all 3,107 middle school students.
Right. And then that's irregardless to whether or not the student engages in it or not. That's the contract.
Correct. We're purchasing a site license for all 4 middle schools.
So my question then becomes, as it relates to this being supplemental, and I like seeing the component where you have the staff getting trained. But the only piece that I don't see here, and maybe you can elaborate on it, how does this connect with Power School, and how does this connect with parental involvement or parental engagement in terms of the student? Because I didn't hear that part.
So it does not connect to Power School because it's not a part of the grading. This is tutoring the same way that tutoring, any after-school tutoring, private or through the school, does not have any connection with Power School, whether that's from a grading standpoint or attendance. But in terms of the parent communication, that is something that the schools will have access to and can share the students' engagement with paper. And we can look at the student usage by content, frequency, amount of time. That is all information that can be shared.
Okay, so that data is pulled into your office, and then the local administration's office, and then the classroom teacher can also access that same data.
That is correct. For instance, one of the slides showed a dashboard from the teacher where the teacher can actually pull up their third period class and see how many students have logged in, how much time, what the last script was. They can look at all of that data live time.
Thank you.
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
I know that this is for middle school students, but at some point, do they have something that will be possible for high school students?
This
we
is
have a lot of them. I get phone calls wanting to know, can you help us find a tutor? So this would be fantastic for them too.
Right, and we suspect that as well, and paper is available for our 9 through 12 grade students as well. If we elect to purchase, it's not an option yet. They have the capability. We haven't purchased that option.
Okay.
This is more of a pilot for us to see how our engagement works, how the student engagement, the gains that we see, if the partnership is really working to the degree we would like to see, then we would consider extending that. But we wanted to pilot a smaller group before we went district-wide for the cost aspect.
That's great. I just wanted to know if it was available.
Right. It is, yes.
Question.
Yes, sir.
So along those same lines that she said, for high school, do we have any thought for elementary students? There are a lot of programs. Are there any programs out there that you've been trying to look at, research, or maybe think about, since we have this money that you might, because we have a problem with elementary students?
I wouldn't disagree, but I can't speak to the elementary side. That's my counterpart, the assistant superintendent for elementary ed. My priorities and focus has been looking at supports for secondary ed. But I can assure you we continuously look for solutions to help our students, and that's, for instance, I know we're looking at things that are internal for multi-tiered systems of supports that target academic interventions in the classroom. There are a number of things. Obviously, tutoring supports for elementary students present different challenges due to the fact that they have to be picked up and driven or bused, so those complicate, those are complicating factors for looking at any options that are outside of the school day. But those are all definitely things that we continuously look for solutions for our students.
And the staff training, when you had staff training, you think staff was kind of enlightening in ways of dealing with parents?
In regards to using paper?
Yes.
I'm not sure that the target of the training for paper is specifically structuring for parent engagement or enlightening.
No, I'm talking about, will the staff have any idea when parents are contacted by a parent, how to deal with paper? You had training.
In terms of if they have questions about how to engage with paper. Yes. So the teachers overview and the school staff administration overview and the district staff overview does go into enough detail for operational to know how to get in. But I will say it's very user friendly in terms of with it being the single sign-on through their dashboard and on their devices, and from the dashboard, once they get logged in, it's very, very, very user-friendly in terms of clicking in an area and typing.
We have to remember grandmamas and stuff like that.
Right.
And not user-friendly things.
Right.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, let me go around the table. I'll come right back to you, board member. Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to ask Mr. Hall a question. So when I looked at the numbers, and based on the number of students this would be available for, so that's roughly about $53 a student?
Correct.
And so would they have unlimited access, meaning that if they needed it every day, they could use it an unlimited amount of time, starting from the 18th of October through the whole year, like 12 months?
Correct. So it is unlimited access. There is no limit. There is no cap. There's no hour limitation. There's no time frame limitation. It is an unlimited. So $50, roughly $53, and we've purchased an available live tutor for a solid year for those students.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Board member McIver.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. How much extra funds we have left, sir, for your program?
I can't speak to the ESSER balance. That would probably be a better answer by Laura Schau or Dr. O'Malley.
By whom, you say?
By either the CFO, Laura Schau, or Dr. O'Malley.
Oh, is the CFO there right now with you?
No, sir.
Okay. The next question I have is about plagiarism. You mentioned something briefly about that. How can we be assured the kids' writing is not going to be plagiarized? You know, they final act. Mom and I will help them. Mom and I will help them. How can you make sure that this is not plagiarist work? You know.
Right, and again, part of the program, paper does not utilize any type of plagiarism verification program. They don't run it through any other cycle because that's not the intent of their support. However, they do look for signs of plagiarism. So if they see things like text or language that appears to be very inconsistent with the normal text and language that the student's using, that's specifically citing some specific information or data or facts, references that is not properly cited, they would notate that there are concerns with potential plagiarism, and they would give that feedback about look to be sure you're citing any quoted materials properly. But their purpose is not to be a validation for plagiarism.
Okay, two of the board members just questioned some of the activities about high school and I think it was elementary school, one of the board members just talked about. If the program is going to be expanded, where is this money going to come from to continue the program? I think our vice chairman just asked one of those questions. I think it was for high school. And another one of our board members just mentioned something about the cost per student. But if this program becomes workable for us, where is the money going to come from in order to continue with this program over the long term?
I'll answer that. Mr. McIver, Rich O'Malley here. So the answer to that would be the learning loss money is over for 2 years. So we have 2 years to use that money. So if we would like to continue this, we would have those funds available to continue it. After the 2 years, if the board wishes to continue, it would have to be part of our third year in our budget process.
All right, thank you, sir. Great.
Mr. Stewart,
Yes, ma'am.
one question. You said that it's going to go live on Monday, October the 18th. What's the process for a child to get enrolled in it?
It is already they are already enrolled. Technology has already provisioned those students. If they were, in fact, many of them are likely to see that link in their class link now. It's just we have not gone out to inform them of that and what that is. So part of that, part of our rollout next week is to send more communication to the families at home to educate all the families that this is an opportunity that we have available, as well as engage in strategic activity for those to structure them logging in and using it during the instructional time next week. So the students will have hands-on experience and exposure to it next week, in addition to communications going home.
And you answered my second question because it was going to be on communications to the parents. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir.
So no initial communication is going out to the parents and before it goes live?
Correct.
Okay, so can you elaborate a little bit more in terms of the rollout, particularly, and I'm thinking of a parent who's not fully engaged, computer literate. Are the schools being left for that implementation, or do you have a district-wide plan for that level of support for implementation?
So it's both, really, and so kind of going back to the answer I spoke with Ms. Calder, the teachers are going to have structured times to engage the students in prompts for them to log in during class, to log if it's my second period math class, to have the class log in, prompt them to get logged in, go into math, ask a question, and engage. So we're going to prompt them with hands-on engagement during the class time next week, in addition to information going home, which will inform the parents about what paper is, as well as how the students can log in and how the interface works.
All right, so let me ask a question, because I know in some passes, some of this has been shifted on to paraprofessionals and in the libraries, and give or take. So this will be done across the curriculum, or will this be done in a particular subject matter, like the ELA or the math course? Is there designated which core group of teachers will be responsible for the instructional implementation?
The primary academic support is in the 4 key academic areas: English, math, science, social studies. So that is where we're going to, in all 4, not just one, but all 4 will have prompts to have the students log in and engage in a question with their tutor as training through the next week.
I really wish if y'all can really promote this in terms of the 24/7 level of support that children will be able to be engaged. I'm a believer in as many tools and resources that children and families have, particularly the 24/7 level. A lot of kids, when they get home from school, they take a nap.
Right.
And their parents may not get off to 5 and so on, and with the regular run of the mill, the parents trying to get dinner and so forth. But being able to have this resource and really making certain that parents know how to engage them, I think is very critical. And so that's why I'm kind of harping on the level of parental support and parents knowing how to engage and to ensure that students use the tool at the maximum level of support. So even just looking at some of the other information outside of what you provided, I think we really need to promote this as a value add, even when the schools, and that's why I asked the question in terms of whether or not this is replacing the person, and it does not, but it provides a great support. So I really hope that we can really promote this throughout the community.
I agree, and that will definitely be part of the communication. The 24/7 is part of the biggest selling point about the program, and so that will definitely be part of the ongoing, as well as our data review. So if we're seeing low engagement in certain areas or certain classes or certain students, especially if we compare that to achievement data or first 9 weeks failure data or whatever that may be, if we make these connections, that's another target opportunity to point out to families, look, take advantage of this resource. It's available to you now.
My last question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
My last question. When all this is said and done, when will we be given the data so we can actually give it to the board, so we can actually see whether this program is workable or it's not workable, so we'll know how to move forward? When will we get that aid to all of them, all of us can get data from paper program, so we can see whether this program is workable? All of the beautiful talk that a lot of people have done, but what about the end result? What are we gonna actually see at the end? And then we'll be given that data before we can move on, before the high school, elementary school, et cetera, et cetera.
So the answer to that would be, depends on which data you're wanting to see. The school and district level dashboards are live, and so at the simple request of that information, that dashboard can be printed out and shared and reviewed. But again, that would only be more so about the usage, the amount of usage by grade level, by school, by subject, or even by student. We could look at usage, but it's not going, this is not about achievement. This is just talking about the interaction with a tutor. If we want to make the connection, we could then dig deeper and on our own look at usage, pull the students with high levels of usage, connect that to their achievement, whether it's their 9 weeks grades, whether it's test grades, unit assessments, benchmarks. We can make those own connections ourselves, which ultimately that's what we anticipate seeing is a strong relationship between the higher the usage of tutoring supports, we're going to see the greater gains in the student success in their achievement. So we can make those correlations ourselves.
Okay, but can we as a board see that so we can actually look at real time?
You broke up. Did you say so you can look at that real time? So are you asking for the dashboard, the district dashboard?
Well, either one. Can we actually look at, like when we get back to the next board meeting, this is enacted. Can we see progress that this program is actually making as you move down wherever we're going to go with this?
With Dr. O'Malley's direction, I can make whatever data you would request available.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you, board members, for the questions and discussion. Dr. O'Malley.
The next item for the agenda actually was a good prompt by one of the community members that spoke last at public participation. Our Executive Director of Professional Development, Ms. Calandra Brisbane Davis, is going to share with the board. She's in charge of the professional development for the district and just give you a good idea of the scale and the amount of professional development that this district is involved in at all different levels and different aspects in our different partnerships. So if you would please give your attention to Ms. Brisbane Davis, and thank you for joining us for this evening.
Thank you. Good evening. I would like to thank the Florence One School Board and also Dr. O'Malley for allowing me this opportunity to share with you the professional development learning opportunities that we have here in Florence One Schools. First, let me start by introducing myself. My name is Calandra Brisbane Davis. I've been an educator with Florence One Schools for 13 years. I currently am over researching and planning professional development for all F1S staff, and I also coordinate all teacher evaluations. Let me share with you our goals. Research confirms that the most important factor contributing to a student's success in school is the quality of teaching. Professional development is the most effective strategy we have to meet this expectation. Here in Florence One Schools, it is our goal to address learning loss among our students by providing F1S staff with professional learning opportunities. Our goals are to assess the impact of professional learning and strengthen equitable practices, which create a culture of collective responsibility. We also aim to leverage professional learning through increased autonomy and flexibility with high-quality in-person, hybrid, and virtual learning experiences. We also would like to invest and cultivate teacher leadership through personalized pathways of learning and discovery. With these goals in mind, effective professional development will help shift mindsets among our educators and increase student achievement. Our professional development also incorporates content-focused curriculum. It offers feedback and time for reflection, supports collaboration and active learning, and uses models of effective practices and provides coaching and instructional support. I would like to share and highlight some of our educational PD providers. Better Lesson provides educational coaching for our teachers and administrators.
Educators receive one-to-one virtual coaching and guidance to assist with instruction in their unique classroom and school environments. Kiker Learning has afforded our educators the opportunity to engage in PD sessions regarding the integration of technology into instruction. Edgenuity is a PD provider of online curriculum to help educators personalize learning in a blended format. Edgenuity offers a core curriculum with video-based instruction that emulates best practices in the classroom. STEMU offers trainings and workshops for STEM integration. Smart Technologies, also one of our PD providers, supports educators in our most recent implementation of smart panels. Avid provides educators with strategies to help students develop skills they need to be successful in college. And the Orton-Gillingham program offers our educators structured, multisensory, foundational support in phonics. These are not our only providers, and we also rely heavily on our staff to provide professional learning as well. We have several partnerships with institutions of higher learning. We have partnered with Clemson University to allow teachers to personalize their own pathway of learning. This includes online teaching and also STEM endorsements. We are welcoming coastal students who are completing their final semester in college to complete a paid teaching internship with our district. We have partnered with Coker University to allow non-certified staff to become certified. Through our collaboration with Converse, our teachers can earn their gifted and talented endorsement. And we've also partnered with Francis Marion University to provide opportunities for a paid internship as well. In addition to our college partnerships, we have PD opportunities such as our district PD. We just had a district PD work day on October the 11th. At the beginning of the school year, educators are required to participate in a back-to-school PD and given the option given the opportunity to choose from multiple options. Professional learning is assessed through the year via surveys. And faculty and staff are also required to participate in the work days embedded into our district calendar. We are excited that we currently have 5 student interns who are given the opportunity to teach in Florence 1 classrooms with the support of administration, and also they are assigned a cooperating teacher. In order to prepare our first year teachers, we host an induction teacher orientation where new teachers are given an introduction to our district and a review of the requirements for their formative evaluation. These teachers are also given district support through monthly meetings, and this year we've incorporated 4 mentor induction pull-out days where induction teachers can be given additional school-level support with their mentors. Better Lesson offers personalized ongoing educational coaching. And as we embark on our second year with this particular PD provider, we have both a returning cohort of educators and a new cohort of educators, both of administrators and teachers. Better Lesson coaches provide one-to-one virtual coaching, and educators are provided with instructional strategies through the Better Lessons virtual lab. We are currently a part of their case study, and that is also included in your packet. Through Kiker Learning eSchool, educators are offered asynchronous courses focused on Google Apps for Education, and these courses serve as support in helping educators obtain their Google certification. Courses include Enhancing Special Education and G Suite Digital Choice Boards. We also offer district-level PLCs, professional learning communities. Our district coordinators in our 4 core subject areas lead these PLCs throughout our district. As mentioned earlier, we currently have 25 educators who are completing coursework with Converse University to receive their gifted endorsement. As an incentive to pursue the endorsement, educators are provided a $2,000 stipend. The STEM endorsement through Clemson University targets educators in grades 6 through 8, Educators are able to obtain their STEM, their STEAM endorsement free of charge. Much like the Kiker eSchool, we have PD options that serve as an on-demand service. So F1S educators can engage in webinar trainings, recordings, virtual conferences, and they also have access to a resource library. Our district podcast that is focused on professional learning is set to relaunch in January 2022. For Edgenuity, all of our secondary educators are trained and provided ongoing support on how to utilize the Edgenuity platform to support students through blended learning. Courses are pre-designed and aligned to South Carolina standards. The Houghton Mifflin Harcourt, or HMH, educators are able to utilize new literacy and skill-based curriculum in conjunction with the CAD changes to provide differentiated ELA instruction. We currently support all pre-K through 3rd educators by providing the Orton Gillingham training, which offers an in-depth understanding of phonics and to support literacy. In reflecting on our goal to leverage professional learning through increased autonomy, we were introduced to Math Recovery by Briggs math interventionist Becky Chisholm. Math Recovery instructs educators on how to facilitate learning, assess and design math lessons through interactive modules. Educators learn how to fill learning gaps through intensive training. Teach with One. Through our partnership with Coker University, non-certified staff can obtain their teaching certificate if they have previously earned an associate's degree or a bachelor's degree. Through our Equal Opportunities Partnership, both administrators and guidance counselors analyze data and implement strategies to increase equity in our most rigorous courses such as AP and IB. Our district has invested $100,000 in the professional growth of our educators by providing up to $2,000 reimbursement towards the completion of courses or degrees that enhance teaching strategies. All district staff are provided with weekly updates regarding professional learning on Google Classroom, on our district website, on our PD calendar. We also have a PD Blast, which is the Office of Professional Development newsletter that is provided for staff members every Wednesday. Our admin advisor is a short video on important evaluation updates sent to our administrators. We also have other PD opportunities. Our physical education educators are provided with PD sessions on using FitnessGram, which is the National Fitness Assessment and Reporting Program for youth. Our fine arts educators are provided with professional development sessions regarding instrument care and grant development. School Links PD is also provided to our guidance counselors to support the education of young learners and their families and potential careers, applying to colleges or finding entry-level positions to jumpstart their career after high school. Our transportation department participates in CPR training and Stop the Bleed training. And our nurses, our F1S nurses, are provided with professional learning regarding COVID-19 protocols, and local medical providers tailor presentations based on specific requests or updates. We also I reached out to the State Department, and we were fortunate to have several sessions on social emotional learning for students and for educators. And we also have Ms. Lisa Spears that provides sessions for both educators and for students. With all that said, I'm incredibly proud of the comprehensive professional development that we have within our district, and the Office of Professional Development makes it a priority to support every staff member with the opportunity for professional and personal growth. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll let that sink in and see if there are any questions. That's, to say the least, a multifaceted approach. Thank you for that very comprehensive review. That's very impressive. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
I
sir.
have
Thank
a
you.
Question.
Yes, sir.
One question. I was an educator. Do you provide anything for CAPE teachers?
Yes, sir. They,
Professional development?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Miss Kitty Carpenter, or excuse me, Miss Sarah Carpenter, provides that professional development for the CAPE teachers.
That's Kitty Carpenter?
Or
Kate?
Miss Sarah Carpenter.
Okay, Sarah Carpenter.
Yes.
Do any of our teachers, are they allowed to go out of the district for professional development?
Yes, sir. So we actually have with this new Title II plan for this year, we have some professional development conferences scheduled for our fine arts, for our CTCs. So we do have several, and for our admin. The admin conference is actually virtual. It's with Learning Forward.
For admin? When you say admin?
Administration. So our administrators, last year we participated in we had PD for administrators, specifically for administrators, and it was called Drive. And so in order to provide administrators as well with professional learning opportunities, it's been written in our plan to have them attend the Learning Forward conference.
Teachers too, right?
And teachers too, yes, sir.
All right.
Talk to us a little bit about the last part of your handout that you gave us.
Yes, ma'am.
Case study.
Yes, ma'am. So we have partnered with Better Lesson, and they offer virtual coaching and also virtual learning walks to help us with instructional strategies in our classrooms. When the pandemic hit, we were forced to change the way we do things. And so we partnered with them in order to provide us with those instructional strategies needed, that we needed in a blended format. This is our second year with them, and they have done a case study on us and tracked the progress of participation among our educators and how well they have conformed to this new classroom environment. So what you see before you is the case study over the course of last year and talking about our plans for this year.
Yes, sir.
Just a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
In terms of the college participation, how is that identified, or how are those colleges selected?
How are the colleges selected?
Yes.
So colleges reach out to the Office of Professional Development often, and we publicize those partnerships through our PD blasts, but they reach out via email or they contact our office about that. Yes, sir.
And the reason I'm asking, I know in the past there has been requests that particularly the HBCUs also be included, and I know we've gone all the way up to Clemson, but just right in our back door we got Morris, you've got Claflin and
Yes,
South
sir.
Carolina State, as well as the College of Charleston, which is down on the coastline. If y'all could also reach out to them, because a number of students who are also from the area, they would like the opportunity to be able to come back home and participate in opportunities for student teaching. So I would request that if you all could at least consider reaching out to some of the HBCUs. And I know Morris has really been vigorous in terms of wanting to partner with others, as well as South Carolina State as well.
Yes, sir.
And I really like the aspect of the components that you pointed out about the GT and so forth. And so I guess if you can elaborate a little, how does the GT look at the elementary schools presently as well?
So are you saying the GT courses that the educators go through right now?
Yes, in terms, because it is returned back to the local schools. You've moved reach from North Vista, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, so how does the PD look in terms of the GT being across the district, so to speak?
So we have with the Converse University, we partner with them to provide educators with 2 courses that they must take. So they have EDU 591 and EDU 592 that they must take. And part of what they do also is bring back that information within the cohort that they're working with. They work very closely together as a cohort, all 25 participants. They signed a Florence One agreement, and as they're moving through the coursework, they also have to work together on certain course projects, and that is then filtered back through the classes, and teachers are able to come in and see what they're doing in the gifted classes.
All right, so once they get the endorsement, then they're expected to share that within their local school, or you will increase the cohort the following year, or that cap pretty much set?
So every year we'll have, like this year we wrote in the plan for additional 25 to also participate. Right now we have 25 currently in the cohort, and every year we'll allow new 25 participants to participate in there.
And I have, in terms of the teacher reimbursement, I know last year when we did was it $2,000, it was suspended, so we're back on track with implementing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I guess I'm going to ask, is that budget sufficient to be able to provide? I know that there was a cutoff or something previously. Is that the same practice this year as well?
So it's a first come, first serve. It is $100,000 for all educators that are taking courses regarding teaching strategies. So I don't know right offhand how many have already turned in their paperwork to Human Resources, but it's publicized in our PD Blast to where they can fill out a quick not application, but a quick form that says that, hey, I've done this class, or I'm actually enrolled in this course, and then they're awarded the reimbursement.
I guess I'm gonna hop back on the ESSER aspect.
Yes, sir.
As well, if you can come, I think this would be a prime opportunity in terms of where we've got staff members who are taking on if they're taking on additional coursework, to be able to provide additional support if we need to revisit to see if we can up the ante in this particular pot of funds. I don't know if that.
So just to answer your question, we put $100,000. I don't think right now. When we first did it, my first year here, I think it ran out in about 7 minutes. Right now, I don't think I have 20,000 out of the 100,000 that's spent and earmarked. So we have plenty, and we've opened it up to anyone that wants to advance themselves in any way. It doesn't matter the position you hold. If you want to be a bus driver to become a teacher, we definitely want that. But frankly, we want the opposite. Now, if you're a teacher, we want them to drive a bus. But I think, but that's what the intent is. So I think we have about $80,000 remaining this year. I think a lot of people did some online classes during the pandemic, and I think they might not be willing to do it right now. So.
And then my last would be, what was the teach with one? Do those participants, do they receive the same pay, or do they simply receive a stipend?
The Teach with One?
Yes.
Once they receive, once they have received, are going back to school to receive their credentials or certification, I should say, then they'll receive teacher's pay to work in a Florence One classroom.
All right, so they don't have to leave, because I remember some years ago, we had a long discussion about whether or not when them leaving their employment and them being able to maintain their benefits and them being able to do their student teaching. So they are able to still do their student teaching, and I guess that's what I'm trying to gather, and still able to receive their regular pay, or they get a stipend.
So they won't get that until they complete the course. They won't, I think what you're saying is, will they get a stipend while they're in the course or while they're working on their certification? Is that what you're saying?
I guess I'm asking that. I'm also asking, do they still maintain their other benefits? Because I think we did a policy or something some years ago. You remember that? Porter?
Excuse me. Yes, sir.
I said, do you remember that we did a policy in terms of those that would be released, that when they were doing their student teaching, that they would be able to keep their benefits and so forth? And I'm just trying to see, because this is new in terms of making certain, there was a policy that we had.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make certain that it provides as much support to encourage people, and when they get to that next level of the student teaching part, they don't lose their benefits because they're contractually committed to coming back to us. You remember that?
I remember that, I think when I first started too, but the answer is yes. But if I can elaborate on this, because it's I think a pretty special program. Basically what this is as we all look for teachers moving, we're all trying to figure out how we're going to get them. We have 400 assistants in this school district. To me, that's a pool of people that want to be here, live in our community, and want. And of that, we asked a survey of how many have their bachelor's already and how many actually have an associate's. So we're trying to work with Coker on how we can design programs for our bachelor's to get that next level to become a teacher, and then those that have the associates, how they can do it. And we're trying to do it in a more modified sort of 21st century way, so they don't have to go to class every day. A lot of them have families, a lot of them have maybe second jobs. So what this is trying to do is we have a pool of about 80 people that we hopefully in the next 2 years can be teachers right here in our district. So I think that's ultimately what it is. And when we get to them, when they get to their student teaching, we want to be able to pay them as a teacher. So not only would they worry about that, they're going to have their benefits, but they're going to get that stipend along this way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's what I'm really trying to ask, to make certain that that is codified in terms of the plan.
Right.
And as you were saying, and I can remember, I guess I'm getting old myself here, but I know that Savannah Grove, Mr. Brown had really forged a heavy collaboration with Coker. So I'm glad to see that relationship is really in terms of putting a good plan together that you put in. So whatever we can do to really promote this, I think that's important, because when you got a good pool of people that have been dedicated, I hope a piece that we can also push, the state needs to change in terms of its method of the certification processes, in terms of allowing, so that I think this, you also had approach the state with some other creativity pieces too to do this right.
Well, we're asking Coker to do that. My faith
I'm
in
saying
the state will not work.
I'm saying to go around some of those other things.
Correct. Yep, to try to condense some classes and things like that, and I think the seat time and those kinds of things. And sometimes a private college is better than a public because they have a little bit more flexibility than, say, what Francis Mary may have to do as far as time period to get something like this implemented. But we do have a whole group of people that are dedicated to the school district that really, I was shocked about the number of assistants that we had that have their BA or have their 2-year degree and just they need that next step. And if we're willing to assist them in that in any way we can, we're trying to do that.
Let me ask one other final question. In terms of even some of the staff members that we may have lost by attrition and so forth, can any of them apply externally now that they may not be on our payroll to participate in any of these programs, or to at least to get on the list? Particularly, I think the news had a highlight with the large shortage, the projected large shortage of teachers.
I would answer the question. I think it's for our currently those that are under contract with the district currently.
Yeah, but I'm saying, do you think there's any potential to even to look at it in terms of a method of recruitment? I mean, I know this is outside. I know we're talking about professional development. Maybe I'm more or less hitting on the HR side.
Along the lines of this type of program? Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's more of a recruiting tool for us. I think that's, I think we've done a really good job of keeping these assistants and especially in some of our bus drivers recruiting by what the board did with health benefits and being able to pay for those. That's been a huge aspect of keeping people. So I think it's more of a recruiting tool in that than it is to bring them. And I think we've been on the forefront of that.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Just to conclude my report, the last thing is about just a quick update on COVID as far as really our numbers. If you recall, we've been in school 11 weeks. I think we were at our highest numbers probably the week of the 27th of August. We had 28 staff members, 317 students that tested positive. As you know and you've seen, we've done some things to bring those numbers down through the weeks. When we left the previous week on October 1st, our numbers were 6 staff members and 33 students This evening, as of 4 o'clock today, for this week, we have 3 staff members and 0 students that have tested positive this week for COVID. So that's where we stand in our numbers. Yes, there's always still tomorrow to report, but every week it seems to be going in the right direction of trying to get back to our normal operations. So those are good news, and good news for the number of quarantines would be down significantly, which was ultimately our goal when we did some of those things. And that long superintendent's report is now concluded.
All right. Yes, sir.
So, in terms of moving forward, what's going to be our procedure in place as it relates to math?
Mr. Pipkins, would you speak into your mic so I could hear you a little better, please?
In terms of moving forward, what's going to be our procedure as it relates to masks? I had spoken with the chairman. I had concern that the last month's meeting we suspended. So what's the procedure of the game plan?
Yeah, so the action we took back in August is Board Member Pipkins relates. We took action as a board to put a 60-day requirement in place. That is expiring in the course of time. Since that had taken place, the impetus for the action that was taken at that time was that we had a legislative budget proviso that did not exist last school year, and that has become a political football. Went to the South Carolina State Supreme Court, which held that the proviso was not on its face unconstitutional, but then an action was taken to the United States District Court, which held that a state action would be violative of federal law, and therefore the proviso was not enforceable. The effect of all of that is simply takes us back in the legal landscape that existed prior to the proviso, that therefore allows, as was done last school year, our administration here to take such appropriate actions, whether it's masks or social distancing or any of the other tracing tools or techniques that have been used throughout the last couple of years to deal with this, and therefore action by the board to clarify that status would not be required at this time, because everything's open to the administration and total flexibility that it has had last year. I know that in remarks that had been made that in August, with school having just started and dealing with what was taking place then, that as I recall Dr. O'Malley's remarks, that the folks, the nursing staff, administrators, teachers, employees were seeking ways to deal with this within the new context, and were learning, quote unquote, every day and acting and reacting. And it appears that based on the steady falling of numbers, and I pray that that continues, that that flexibility has, if I'm not mistaken, Dr. O'Malley, you can correct me if I'm wrong, has been dealt with appropriately, and I would presume that continued diligence and application of those techniques and procedures necessary to keep and maintain as we are would be utilized. So if you could respond to that, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, I think when we asked for the mask requirement, what I was asking the board is for some tools on how we can work on it. We were never going to stop the spread of COVID, but what we're trying to do is stop the number of healthy kids going home, which is those quarantinings and those kinds of things. And that was really what we tried to do. And it wasn't just masks, it was separation, it was putting up some more plexiglass, it was just really trying to keep everyone healthy the best way we all can. And this was just another tool, and I think that's what you afforded this district the previous year, and we were able to manage it. And going forward, I think having that tool. I think you're going to have, I think we're in this for the long run. I think we're just going to have the ebb and flow of this. And so we're going to have to deal with it in different cycles. And so if we can have that tool at different times when we need to use it, I think that'll help as well.
Y'all got to, either I'm slow or
I didn't get it.
I need to understand, the mass, or the present practice with mass, that's one thing I want to be clear on.
Yeah.
In terms of when we ended the meeting, the minutes, in terms of what people are asking me, are we still requiring masks in terms of our present practice?
So the board action was for 60 days, so that action will expire. What I'm saying is that the superintendent, the administration, as was the case last year with the proviso having been dealt with by the federal court, the school administration can deal with masks as they did last year. So that will be a matter of school management, not of board policy.
Mr. Chair, no disrespect to you, but last year, we had less than 75% of our students in a building. Last year, we didn't have a Delta variant. Now, we had a meeting in August, and we said that we would come back. We should be able to communicate to our public tonight. It expires on the 14th. What is it? It sounds like me, we're dancing around the philosophical when I'm only asking for what the practical is. Are we going to continue with the mask and the social distancing procedures? Prior to that, and I kind of set back the last time this board didn't even take it up because it actually came from the State Department in terms of what the expectations and the requirements, and the administration was guided by what came from the South Carolina Department of Education. This time our response was as it relates to the proviso. I understand that. I'm just simply asking for our community that we clearly identify what the process or the practice will be. And I understand that it may require, come January, we may have to shut down. So I'm asking in terms of, based upon what we have currently, are we going to continue with the current practice? Last month, we had I'll just call it what it was. It was a hijack level to suspend the discussion of an activity. And so this month, as if it's not even on the agenda for us to discuss as a board, I'm trying to figure out what kind of board are we? Boards around the state, they are intuitively and intellectually discussing the safety and health of all, not just the students, but our staff as well. And I think we have a due diligence responsibility when we leave here tonight. I went into a school the other day, and the staff came out without masks on. So parents and communities should know what the expectation is. When we go to games, if whatever the procedures are, it should be clearly identified. We're not a system of schools, we're a school district.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
That was on the agenda at our last meeting. Why was it taken off the agenda? Could you just, let me know about that? Why? Because it was on the agenda, and we had a big crowd here, and then all of a sudden, it went off the agenda. What happened? Do you know? Or could you help me with that?
Yeah, if you recall, it was tabled at the last meeting because of the court actions that were pending at that time. That's been resolved now.
So what does that mean?
So what that means is what I explained a few minutes ago. In August, we had a recommendation to us coming from administration for the board to take action because of proviso that was in place. Proviso is not in place, which means that the administration has the flexibility to deal with these issues as it has for the last year and a half.
So what does that mean? That means
That means
now
what I
that
said.
we're gonna keep the mask on in school. Am I right?
If somebody wants to wear a mask, they certainly can do so. There's no prevention.
But suppose they don't wear a mask. What happens then?
Well, Dr. O'Malley can answer that. If they want to impose a mask mandate, they can, but they've gone from the numbers have gone from 371 to, I believe, 0 this week, so providing flexibility to administration seems to be appropriate at this time.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Now, I don't mean any harm.
I'm certain.
I don't mean any harm.
Yes.
But if the practice that what we've done has established there, now maybe my history of my science is off track. Why would we not continue? I just want to answer to the question whether or not we're going to continue the practice of the mask. The superintendent has given the update. It only is a yes or no. And if not, I think as the board, we do have the right, and we should, because and maybe I need to ask the parliamentarian, if it was suspended from the last month and we don't discuss it this month, we can't bring it back up. And everything on our agenda is action. There's there's no discussion of anything. So, and I hate to take this round robin approach to it, but I just simply want a yes, and are we going to continue the same practice?
Well,
and if you're saying this is superintendent, if he's not going to, and I'm point blank going to say, our children are at stake. And I'm just saying to you, last week I know 6 people that have died from it. And I'm not going to walk out of here tonight not having a guest upon whether or not I send my child back. When you got a child that loses their mom to COVID-19, a person that has been healthy, a person that may have had some pre-existing, and they've got to live the rest of their lives, and we're going to sit here tonight and say we're going to leave it to the administration. We were elected to provide policy and procedure, not to leave to a window open. So it's only a yes or no. And if not, then we should be able to vote either. There have been other things that we brought before us, voted up or down. It's almost as if we're counting on whether or not we're going to vote this up or down again. And that's how I feel tonight.
I concur. We need to make a decision what we're going to do.
This is
all this round and round and round. This yes or no, we're going to continue with the mask.
Yeah,
let's not go with all this proviso and this or that.
Excuse me, Mr. Gatt.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
I'm trying to figure out what makes Florence 1 any different than the other school districts around the state where their boards have taken leadership prior to this and in the current time after the current law that has been passed or the decisions that have been rendered. But it's as if we're skirting our responsibility and shifting it back to the superintendent. That's not fair to our people.
in your opinion, and I appreciate your expressing that, but I think boards have taken different approaches here. Ours has been one of flexibility. I've stated what had taken place since August as far as what happens going forward. Without action by the board, it's in administration's hands, as it was prior to the action by the board in August. So your question, I guess, is directed as far as what the intentions are for management going forward. Dr. O'Malley, do you have anything to add to what I've said?
Mr. Chair, before Dr. O'Malley, because I think this is really between you and me, because at the last time, Dr. O'Malley came before this board with a recommendation. You were the chairman of this board, and as the chairman, the recommendation should have followed what was predicated in the August meeting that we voted upon, that this was supposed to bring closure. Now, I respect your role as the chairman, but I'm saying to you, you're putting my children at stake here now. And because in good faith, we discussed this in August. September, it was suspended under the auspices, we're waiting for the decision. I can't sit here and say that we should not have had a recommendation. Whether I vote, whatever the recommendation was, will be, whether I voted up or down, I know what my position and my conviction is. But it is not fair to this community for us not to say where we stand.
Well, I think it's clear where we do stand, because
I'm not clear.
Well, because the action taken by the board was for 60 days. That's what was asked of us. That's what we put in place, and that's where we are as a board. But as I said, administration can use that as a tool, as Dr. O'Malley described, both in the future as he had in the past. He wanted clarification from the board whether that tool was still available to him, given the proviso. Since he doesn't have to worry about that, that tool is still available, if that's what you're asking.
Mr. Chair.
So that tool is still available, but it's not a board mandate.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, board member.
Mr. Chair, whether I have on a blazer or coat, it's still a garment, whatever you call it. I'm just simply saying the tool, if you want to use the word tool, if the mask is still the tool of principle, we need to be able to say that tonight.
Well, I believe that has been stated,
I
that that
haven't heard
tool, I don't know how else to say it, that tool is available to administration.
You saying available. Available does not mean practicality or enforcement or utilization. So if you're relegating the responsibility to the superintendent, then perhaps the superintendent can answer that then. I just want to be clear whether or not that is the procedure prior to August or at August will still be the same procedure that was used. Because that was the procedure that was used prior to August, right?
Prior to the board taking action, it was encouraged.
Yeah, so it was encouraged, so will that be the same practice?
Yes, sir.
So once the board's action expires, then it's, as Mr. Stewart said, it'll be encouraged at that point in time.
All right, so.
And based upon our numbers, if those numbers change, that's something, along with other things, that we would be able to do.
So I want to make it clear to.
Wait, hold on. Excuse me for a second. May I say a word, please?
Yes, sir.
I think what we're doing right now, gentlemen, is playing with words, you know? Encourage, discourage. It's bottom line to me, it's either yes or no. What are we gonna do? I mean, it's either yes or no. We're playing with terms, you know, we're not really making a decision of where we're going. I mean, nobody's angry or anything. It's just wanna know whether the kids wear masks or they don't. Where are we going from here? And I think that's what Elder Pipkin was asking. We're dancing around the Marlboro bush, you know, rather than coming straight and say, look, you wear masks or we vote not to wear masks. If we do that and the numbers are high, we're taking a chance on our children right now. So, and listen, I'm a witness, okay? I almost died. I'm just recovering now from that thing. This is no joke. It's not a joke. I mean, you know, I suffer every day. And, you know, coming back, working back, to come back from this thing. And it's not a playful thing. I hope none of our board members have to go through what I'm going through right now. So we got this as a life and death decision. It's not a thing about words. It's either we're going to do it or we're not going to do it. That is it. And if we're not going to do it, boy, we're taking a big chance on that. This is a serious, serious matter. Let me tell you, I sat in MUSC down there, and I saw from the time I got in there were like the people I came in with, everybody died except me. You know, so this is not a joke. This is not nothing to play with. You know, so we got to make a decision, my friend. We got to. And it's not a political decision. It's a life and death decision that we got to make got to do something on that right now. What do we want to do? What do we want to do? We want to sit around and see people come down the hall in those turnies with that black thing pointed over them and they already gone? You know, listen, this is not, you know, this is serious, ladies and gentlemen. It's not a play on words. This is very serious. Our children is all we have. And if they're going to leave us, what are we going to, listen, there are a couple of friends of mine who lost not only their fathers, their mothers, their children. There's nobody left but one person in the family. So let's kind of put our big boy pants on and put the plate and push something. If I wasn't experiencing this stuff, I don't want to leave my grandchildren here. You know, I don't want them to leave me here. You know, I want everybody to live. And if we're not gonna do it by a decision, we got to make some decisions as to what we, especially when you're in an enclosed area where everybody's breathing the same breath, air, somebody's gonna get it. And now we got another one, the Delta variant. That's even worse than the first one we had. So I love everybody. I want to see everybody sitting around this table, and I want me to come back. We got to do the best that we can to keep our society and our Florence School District safe as we possibly can. We got to do it some kind of way. If it takes a vote to do it, we'll do it from a voting standpoint. And hopefully everybody can see. You don't want to sit around and see your grandmother, your mother die, or your children die, and we up here making, playing on words. We can't do that. I love everybody. We've got to make a decision, ladies and gentlemen, on this. Do something. We got to make a move. We got to move the ball down the court a little bit further than where we are now. I want to thank everybody for listening, but this is serious, ladies and gentlemen. It really is. It's serious. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to say a few words about it, but we've got to make a decision. We really do. So what decision are we going to make? That's what it's left up to. After a while, what are we going to do? The game will be over. You can't go in out there and play, you're not playing with nobody. The game will be over then. So what are we going to do while the game is moving along? What decisions are we going to make? That's the biggest decision that we have to make tonight. And we got a lot of other things on the agenda, but this is life or death. So, the people we let people die, okay? So what we have to do is make a decision. That's all we have to do, make a decision. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
would just like to make a quick comment. So, noticing that yesterday the DHEC exclusion guidance changed for schools, and I think what we're saying here is basically we're encouraging it, but when we encourage it, it still sounds like it gives a choice. And since this guidance has changed, and it's saying, and if I'm understanding it correctly, that if you're masked, and if you're exposed, regardless if that other person was wearing a mask or not, if I am, so say John has it, and I'm sitting here in my mask, and he's not, now I don't have to quarantine. And so I think that with that new guidance, it makes me think that, okay, if parents know this and our community knows it, then we need to look at it from an individual standpoint of how will that impact their quarantine. It just gives a different perspective, I think, particularly now since the numbers are lower. We seem to be over that hump of the variant.
Okay. All right. Well, the explanation I provided is what we have tonight. If it's the will of the board to revisit a board mandate, that's something that could happen, but it would not be on the agenda tonight.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. We are still in a state of we have not met. South Carolina has not met herd immunity, so we are still in a state of emergency. So I mean that's people may be going on like things may not be happening, but if it hadn't hit your house, that may be one thing, but it's hitting, and when I say it's hitting my house, it has hit people that have been close to me, family. When I got a family, the girl buried her mother, and then when you have teachers that have died, we are here to serve and to protect and to ensure that so if it has to be through an emergency or to ask for a motion, but I'm okay with extending the previous practice as it was already. But it is as if we are afraid to do what is in the best interest of our children. My grandmama used to say, if you either own the pot, and if you're not on the pot, you're not gonna use it, then get up off the pot. And I think that this juncture, we all own the pot and we need to do what is necessary. And I don't think it's fair to shift that over to just the superintendent. We were established, and this proviso that we danced around away from, we all talked about it, and I feel like we're doing the same thing others have done. So if it needs to be a motion or something, I don't have a problem with doing that. And let it fall where it needs to be. But we are in a state of an emergency, so that is not correct.
Well, with regard to that also, the board approved the agenda. I don't believe you were present, but had you been so, you could have made a motion to amend the agenda or to declare an emergency, but that is not on tonight's agenda, so that actually is not in order.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Let me finish. If you want to organize such as to have a called meeting to take up that issue, then that becomes the will of the majority of the board, and you certainly are able as any board member to work towards that. But simply to make the declaration is one thing, but there's a process that was available to you. The agenda has been out there since the first of the week.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
When I called you on yesterday and you called me back today, right? And I read my agenda, but in good faith.
The agenda that came out on Monday, sir.
The agenda that came out on Monday, it didn't come out on Friday, came out on Monday, correct? And I read it on yesterday, and I called you on yesterday. And the point I'm making to you is that from the meeting that we had in September, it was supposed to have been on the agenda. And from the meeting in August, it was supposed to have been on the agenda. So when you prematurely discussed with the superintendent for the agenda, it was purposely omitted. Because it was suspended from the last meeting. And I may be off with my Robert Rules of Order, but it was suspended. It wasn't canceled or voted on, so it should have been on the agenda from the beginning. So it was purposely omitted. It was suspended. So if it was suspended, we didn't.
It was actually tabled.
It was tabled. So table and suspended mean the same thing. So it should have gone back on the agenda. But when you take it off the agenda, that means that you don't plan to have no discussion on it at all. And I want to make certain from the September agenda, it was down as item 10 as an action item. And it was taken off. So I don't create the agenda. I've asked for things to be on the agenda, and they never have gotten on the agenda. So this thing that I can work toward, what am I working toward? I'm working toward right now for the safety of our children.
Well, I think everyone, if I might correct, there's no one that's not working for the safety of the children. You may have a different viewpoint on that attainment, but I think what's been made clear is that that tool that the superintendent spoke of is fully available to him, and the flexibility that goes with it. So, I mean, if you want to force a vote and you're confident that you have the vote, then that's certainly entirely up to you.
Well, I'm not, don't force words that I'm trying to force. I'm simply saying that this should.
Well, I'm trying to get to the purpose of where we are with this. If you're trying to take this somewhere, if you're confident that you can carry that, that's one thing. But if not, given what's been explained, and you've articulated very eloquently what your concerns and position is, as is everyone. But where are we taking this at this point then, if you're insisting that it go to a vote?
Well, I would take the position that I would make a motion that we are in a state of emergency and that we would continue the same practice that we established in August.
And where we are is the practice that existed in August before we had to deal with the proviso that no longer exists, and it was working successfully. The superintendent wanted to have that tool back, and the board gave it back to him despite the budget proviso. That tool is now fully available because the proviso doesn't apply. So we're where we started the school year as far as that which is available to administration. They've got better flexibility than we do. But I can't add any more to that. I mean, I can't add any more to this. So I've fully expressed myself. I have nothing else to add.
Can we just ask the parliamentarian to give us some clarity on that? Well, it was on the agenda last time. Could he give us some clarity on where we are? Because we all voted into affirmative, you know? So I'm wondering, can he do that for us? We have the parliamentarian there. Is he there now?
Well, the attorneys are here. What's your question?
My question is, this directs us the right direction. If we voted in the affirmative, using Robert Rules of Order, where are we at now as far as an item that was on the agenda that was tabled? Where we go from here? Can it come back on the agenda for a vote? Or where are we? We just want to get a clarity. I want to see exactly what the parliamentarians say about it, and are we following Robert Rules of Order?
Well, the fact is, before he answers, I can say that the first action the board took tonight was approval of the agenda as printed, and it was voted on unanimously. So in the middle of the meeting, you're now seeking to change the agenda that was approved. The issues that you're raising could have and should have been raised at the appropriate time instead of that which is taking place now in the middle of the meeting. So that would not be in order, but if the parliamentarian wants to rule on that, he can do so.
A point of order, Mr. Chair. Now, it's unfair to me to say that I did not express that to you prior to this meeting.
Well, it's not unfair that we spoke, and I had actually expressed that which I have stated publicly tonight, and you were aware of that. You weren't present when the agenda was approved, so therefore, as far as moving to add this as an emergency item, neither you nor anyone else on the board did so.
And the reason I would not have, because of what you told me, is that the superintendent would present. And I didn't get a presentation of anything in terms of what the district is going to do.
I think he's done that now. We've talked about it now for 30 minutes. What else needs to be added as far as how he's going to handle that?
Well, if we hadn't taken the 30 minutes to discuss it, I wouldn't have gotten anything out of it.
Okay, so we've discussed it. All right.
So I would like to have the answer that Reverend McIver just asked answered by the parliamentarian as it relates to what's tabling. An item that was down for action last month.
And action that was down last month and not raised at the time the agenda was approved. But go ahead, parliamentarian.
Right. My response would be, even if it was tabled, it would not automatically be added to the agenda for the next meeting. There would need to be some affirmative action to add it to the agenda if it was desired to be an action item.
But Mike, so when it was so that meant that it was the people who are responsible for creating the agenda, because we don't have the opportunity to give any input for the agenda.
Actually, you do. When we convene as a board, you need to be present to make your voice heard at the appropriate time.
In order to change the published agenda, you have to have a majority vote to change the agenda. But the agenda that's created is created with you and the superintendent together.
And it's put out to the board prior to the meeting.
So the question is that when something that was on a previous agenda that was tabled or suspended, the people who make up the agenda, they don't have to adhere to what was tabled from the previous meeting?
I would say not necessarily. It depends on the reason, potentially, why the issue was tabled. Because it could be the circumstances that led to the tabling are such that there would be no need to address it at a subsequent meeting based on subsequent events.
But there are no subsequent events. It was tabled by this board unanimously. And they were supposed to be taken up when we ended, it would be taken up after the decision. So
it was tabled because the court action pending was still out there. The reason it was on the agenda was because the state Supreme Court had ruled that the proviso was constitutional. It would have been suspended 30 days ago to comply with state law, but for the fact there was still another court action pending, which was also a state action, which actually they ruled against the school district on that. Subsequent to that, the federal court ruled, putting us back where we were, as I've said now for the 5th time, in a legal posture prior to that which existed before the budget proviso, which therefore gives the superintendent the tool that he was asking for.
And one other point of order, as it relates to
Wait a minute,
the
could I
policy.
ask this?
No, Mr. Pipkins.
I never heard what he said.
Yeah, Mr.
What
Pipkins
did
has the
he
floor.
say? What did he
He
say?
said he can't hear.
And Mr. Williams, can you speak up?
The short version, Reverend McIver, is that when an item is tabled, it's not automatically added back to the agenda. There would need to be some affirmative action where it's listed in the printed agenda for purposes of FOIA.
Okay, I did.
So,
Okay, so.
Anything else that's going to take us anywhere, anything else new to
Well,
add?
we're back now to the superintendent, for what he's going to say.
Well, I think he's already stated that twice.
Mr. Chairman, we're going round and round here, and I think I need a break, so I have to leave the table. I'll be back shortly.
you want to make a motion?
Or do you want to take a recess?
You want to
Yes,
recess?
I'd like to have a break here.
All right, well, I think after 2.5 hours, we'll take a 5-minute recess without objection.
All right. Okay, thank you.
back in. We'll come back into session at this time. That was the superintendent report. Unless there's anything else on that, I'll move to action items at this time.
Mr. Chair, the only thing I'm going to add to that is that, as Board Member Hahn has said, is that the DHEC recommendation as of October the 12th, masks are strongly recommended to be worn at all times in school facilities, classroom and non-classroom settings, with exceptions for specific people, children under 2 years old, anyone who has trouble breathing, or anyone unable to remove the face covering without assistance, or for certain settings or activities such as while eating or drinking or when alone in an office. And may God have mercy upon us.
Okay.
And if you, can you call a meeting of such, schedule a meeting of such for this board to take this up?
To take up what?
Whether or not we want to have a continuation of the mask in terms of, or I ask that the superintendent provide us with what the written guidance will be to the schools. Will it follow the DHEC recommendation?
I can answer that. The answer is, what you just read is what we'll be following, strongly recommended.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, I'll move to, this time to the action items. The number one is approval of the financial statements. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Those in favor would please say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, thank you. Reference to the approval of minutes, I also had heard from Board Member Pipkins, there was a correction or an addition with reference to some discussion that took place. It did not appear. I think question in relation to the Timmonsville update at the last meeting, Board Member?
That is correct.
Okay. So,
I wanted to see something about there. You said you passed, which one, what did you just pass?
the financial statements,
Yeah, I wanted to say something about those, please.
well, we've acted on those at this time.
Yeah, I was trying to log back in, that's what I was trying to do.
I'm sorry, but we have voted on those. We're under consideration of item number two. We're on item number 2 at this time, which is approval of the minutes. And I was offered an explanation on that I had heard from Board Member Pipkins that he had a question as to an item that had been discussed there. So on item number, excuse me.
But I had some questions about the expenditures. That's what I...
Yeah, well, I could only encourage you to contact Dr. O'Malley with those questions at this time because we've taken action on that. With respect to the minutes, since there was a question as to that, can you clarify, Board Member Pipkin, so that we can amend those? Were there any other items there?
The discussion I was asking to be included in terms of the update that you gave as it relates to Timmonsville, and that was off of the genesis from the correspondence that we had received from the State Department, where you had stated that you had no communication with them, and the minutes will reflect that level of discussion that we had as it relates to questions and concerns about Timmonsville. Because it was alarming to me that the innuendo that discussion had occurred.
Yeah. Okay. So without objection, I'll simply pull those to, and I do recall that discussion, and that is not there. We can certainly, well, I guess with your, we can approve it conditionally upon adding that clarification. That'd be a motion to approve, ask for a motion to approve with the addition of that exchange that you've just described.
So moved.
Okay, and Board Member Pipkins second on that. Okay. Any others? If not, I'll ask for approval. Those in favor would please say aye. Aye. And opposed. All right, thank you. All right, thank you. And the third item then says approval of the personnel sheet that we have. I'll entertain a motion as to
So moved.
that which requires approval. Is there a second?
Second.
There's moved and seconded.
Have some discussion.
The personnel sheet,
Yeah, we're on number 3 now. That is correct.
okay, personnel sheet, I have a question about that.
All right, sir.
All right, I have 2 questions. I don't have it in front of me, but, I've been on it just about all night, so. The question I have, number one, we have a young lady on that personnel sheet that I was looking at last night. You can't do it on your iPad and talk to y'all at the same time, so. But let me go back and recall what I was talking about. Number one, a young lady at Williams Middle School, she was a principal somewhere, and she was an assistant principal somewhere, and she's being demoted to a teacher. That stood out to me pretty clearly, and I think there was another one, a lady that we have in the district office, who used to be a principal at, what's the name of the school? Sneed, I think. She's having whatever they call it. In other words, she could be over like 3 or 4 departments. I think it's 3 departments or something. And I just want to get some clarity on that, and I want to vote against that because I have a lot of questions about that, especially the one, I think, I don't want to call her name, but she was a principal at I think the name of the school was Sneed. And I have a lot of questions about that, and I need to talk to the superintendent about that, really. But that's why I'm voting against this.
Well, and let me if I might clarify, yes, if I could clarify to you as well, part of the items you're referring to are provided to us under policy for information that do not require action. The action item then would be the certified employees appointments portion of that report.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the other observation you're making does not require a board approval tonight. It's given to you for information, or to all of us for information. Certainly, if you wish to discuss that concern with the superintendent, that certainly is appropriate.
Yeah, I really do. I really do. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I really want to talk to him about that. I'm going to try to call him tomorrow.
All right, sir.
And see, can I catch up about those 2? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'd like the attorneys to go back and review. If is this a demotion, or is this just a transfer?
It's an inter-district transfer.
Yeah, I know it's a transfer, but I'm saying, but this is a demotion, right?
I wouldn't call being a teacher a demotion.
No, well, if I'm a principal, the only property right that I have based upon my teaching certificate, even if I'm an administrator, you always got your property right first as a teacher. So teachers always first right of refusal. So, but I'm asking if the person is being moved from being an administrator, that is a demotion. Based upon policy and state statute, because we do have, as a board, we do have the right to review any information as it relates to demotion. I'm just asking, is this a congenial transfer, or is this simply demotion? That's why I'm asking the question.
So it's an inter-district transfer. The employee you're speaking about does not lose any. I would characterize the motion if you lost funds, salary, or anything, she would not lose any of her salary benefits.
But based upon state statute, that's only guaranteed for 1 year. Now, if you're saying that for the longevity that the person is with the district, that they're not losing?
No, I can only do it for a year.
Yeah, so that is a demotion then.
I would disagree with that terminology.
Well, does the person have the right to appeal this decision?
I don't have that policy in front of me, but I would assume every employee would have a right to it.
Let me ask you. That's why I'm asking the question that in terms before I support whether or not this is a.
Well, this is for a vote or support. This is for
I know,
information.
but I'm asking, but in terms of the effective date, the person still has X number of days if they want to file an appeal. And I'm asking the question whether or not this is a congenial type transfer.
Mr. Stewart, I would say that maybe the attorney could answer that particular part of the question regarding that policy.
What was the question? I mean, you were talking about, this is an employee who's listed as a reassignment where no board action is required?
This is a person that is an assistant and is being moved to a teacher. And I'm asking whether or not that person have the right to appeal.
So employees have grievance rights, and whether a grievance applies and all that stuff, you know, the cost, I don't know what the circumstances are, and you want to be careful about talking about.
Well, I have no other time to talk about it except because we don't discuss it in an executive session as we should discuss it. So where else am I going to ask?
But employees can choose to file grievances, and whether their grievance, you know, meets the terms of the grievance under policy is something that will be an issue. But it sounds like this is not something that requires board action.
That's not what I'm asking. I understand, but I'm asking, but the board, and if there's someone that's being promoted or demoted, the board does have the right to review.
If the employee initiates a grievance, yes.
So that's why I'm simply saying, I don't know if this is going to be at that level.
So at that point, it would come before you through the proper channels.
Exactly.
Right.
All right, any other questions? All right, with respect to that portion of personnel sheet upon which we can take action, I believe there was a motion and second.
I have one other prior question.
Did I? Okay. Yes, sir, one more question.
For future, Dr. O'Malley, can you maybe put a number beside them, so if we reference them, we can reference it by number. The first one is that everything remains the same salary and all. This is a promotion, right?
If you could be a little bit more specific on the first sheet?
Under the intra-district transfer.
The first one?
Yeah.
Basically, what that is, as the organizational chart is that the Title I department is going to fall under there. The person that left did not, we're not going to replace that administrative position. We're going to use that as another position, but that department will fall under this Chief Accountability Officer's position.
Okay, you said
She's already a director, so is the Chief Accountability Officer.
Okay, but the other departments are already.
All the other
already
departments are
existing,
currently
right?
what's in place.
Yeah.
The right-hand column of Title I is a separate department. We're just merging that in rather than hiring another administrator.
So you just simply changing the title. There is no change of anything else with the person.
Correct. She oversees the two middle columns.
Yeah.
The third column, we already had a separate director. We're eliminating that additional administrator and putting this under that. So
All
all
under the federal program.
Correct.
Okay.
And then the person on the right-hand side, the assistant specialist, you see a dash line there because we placed her in finance because there's a financial component to this. So we want to have a checks and balances, and that's why it's a dash line, because she'll have two responsibilities.
But for clarity, on the top, that's just simply a title change.
Correct. Those first two columns are currently
There's no
what they
change of-
oversee.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
If you can tell me, yes, they're coming under that lady who's gonna be the director there. She's at the top. I don't have my sheets in front of me, but the lady who's at the top, she'll be over those departments. Is that what it's saying?
As I just explained to Mr. Pipkins, the first two columns from left to right are currently what she actually oversees. We're adding that other
Right.
column as an addition rather than making it a separate department. We're condensing it all under one.
So those three columns at the bottom will be under the one at the top.
Yes, sir. Currently, column 1 and column 2 already are under.
Okay. Okay.
All right, I don't see any other hands. Call for the vote. Those in favor would please say aye. Aye. And opposed? All right, thank you. All right, so on the agenda, on the, all right, so one opposed. Thank you. All right, so as on the printed agenda, there is need for an executive session, receipt of legal advice on student matters and potential litigation matters, and then secondly, a student appeal. So the board will need to go into exec session for discussion. No action will be taken there. Any action, if any, would be taken coming back into open session here after such time as is necessary for the board to discuss these items. Can I have a motion to approve going into exec session?
So moved. Second.
Moved and second. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, being recess in this room, the board will retire to consider these executive session matters. When we are finished, we will reconvene back in here. board was in executive session to discuss the matters that I had announced. I'll entertain a motion to come back into open session.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All right, so the first item was simply to receive legal advice on student matters and potential litigation matters that took place. No action was necessary with regard thereto. The second item had to do with information provided for a student appeal. It would be within policy for the board to simply allow the matter to be, to allow a hearing for such an appeal. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
All right, so it's moved to allow a hearing on the student appeal. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's moved and seconded. And that will be scheduled as soon as possible, in communication as soon as possible with board members and with the family involved. Those in favor of granting the hearing for the appeal would please say aye. Aye. And opposed? All right, so that will follow up.
Mr. Chair, can you ask that the administration provide all board members with a printed copy of the code of conduct?
Yes. The next item that's appropriate is to adjourn. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Thank you.